nice antenna in his backyard. I mean, a tower in his backyard.
There's a tree for a tower.
Yeah.
Drive by Buffalo's house and you're like, dang, that's a nice tower.
What is that, a radio station?
Hey, Buffy, if you got that antenna in a tree, when the wind blows, I bet you get a lot of swing out of it.
Real tall.
Yeah, my
Oh yeah, swing and RF.
pipe of the antenna, to go up there to the top of the antenna, you're talking 30, 40, 50 foot to the top of the antenna.
I think old Buffalo, you're right at what, 38 feet at the connection?
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go. She's cooking. I don't want to be sitting at the table when it's Thursday.
Okay, Speedy. Enjoy.
Yeah. Save me a Buffalo one of those chicken fried steaks.
Shoot, he's got 3 dogs. We can get none.
I know you're right.
She put the dogs on a program. She took them off human food about 5 days ago. They're going crazy. They ain't getting no scraps.
Poor dogs. Man, I wish I had a chicken fried steak right about now.
And that does sound pretty good with some gravy, biscuits.
Hell yeah. I could eat that every day. I could eat it in the morning with eggs.
I think Brandy serves one for breakfast steak.
Oh, they saw it big time.
Frozen Salvary steak.
You used to go to the Okie Talk bar on 19th Street. We used to go there like Saturday morning. They'd have like, breakfast. And get the chicken fried steak with eggs and all that. It's pretty good.
Hey, they got a Indian taco over there.
You like Indian tacos?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of them, but I like the bread, but it's like too much bread. And then you put the beans on it, a little bit of meat, and then a bunch of lettuce, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's like a burnt tostado.
I'd rather just go to Taco Casa. Those damn Indians, they don't know how to cook anyway.
Yeah, it's hard to beat that taco place. That super burrito, God, no, I used to eat 2 of them.
What?
You get 2 super tacos and a super burrito, and eat all of it.
Damn it, boy. Yeah. You're right, though, super burritos. They send me a text like when they have a special, like 2 super tacos for $7 or enchilada or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah. You'll get full there. If you're hungry, that's the place to go. When we first tried it, we went inside and ate, sit at the table. It was pretty good. Well, I guess it's 7 o'clock. I'm going to go in there and start stirring something up.
Okay, Buffalo.
guy found a Bigfoot body up upstate New York. Bigfoot. Smoke break. Yo, smoke break.
Hell yeah, smoke break.
How about that west side?
warm day. Guess all skip went away.
side, come on.
to hook up around the house.
west side.
How about that red panty wearing shoe shine boy? Come on. No copy on that shoe shine boy.
smoke break?
No, how do you know? I just finished rolling this. I was gonna roll me up the joint, just lick the paper and put the tray up on top of the main processor. You said that. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I guess turn back around over here.
On the west side dial.
There's nobody over.
I heard you say it was smoke break, and I was like, hell, I just put my tray up on the processor when you said that.
We had a text message talking about a smoke break. So I turned around over.
Oh. Yeah, I decided to roll me a joint of this Skittles. That shit pretty decent. I'm shake getting higher than the bud. There's a deal here about the Ford 306. Said Ford built 4 million of these. The 300 inline 6 ran from 1965 to 1996. Gear-driven cam, 7 main bearings. The rest of the truck would rot away before the engine ever quit.
southbound coming up on that 123 there. You got a piece of metal on that zipper. You copy that southbound?
Test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2. Audio test 1 2 1 2. Break, break, break.
ride the little train that is rolling down the tracks to the junction. Forget about your cares, it is time to relax at the junction. Lots of curves, you bet, and even more when you get to the junction.
Petticoat Junction.
There's a little hotel called the Shady Rest at the junction.
Petticoat Junction.
It is run by Kate, come and be her guest at the junction.
Petticoat Junction.
And that's Uncle Joe, he's a moving kind of slow at the junction. Petticoat Junction.
Hell yeah. Ooh.
Hell yeah. I gotta cut that crap out around here. We don't go that racist crap around here. Cut that crap out.
Damn, I can't even hear 'em.
How they faded just as quick as they came in. Damn, kind of dead out here, isn't it? Man, I don't know if this is true, but it looks like Harbor Freight's about ready to release a 20-foot car trailer for $2,299.
Damn it, it's one-time use. Old car on it, axle will probably break off.
It's got dual axles, all kinds of tie-down shit. And I think it's a tilt back too, if I'm not mistaken. And it looks like it's made by Hallmaster, or is what they call it.
Made in China.
Hell, about everything is anymore. Someone asked today, well, name something that wasn't made in China. I said, meat, motherfucker. Hell, I was made in Grady County, Oklahoma.
Sure is quiet out there.
Yep.
And where have all the angry voices gone? Wave your hand, Snowman.
Good evening.
I barely hear you, but I hear you out there.
Roger, roger.
Has the DX been coming in earlier?
Hell, I don't know. I chimed in a little bit ago. I've been on here about a little over an hour, and hell, I ain't heard nothing.
Roger.
But all I've heard is some little measly truck driver and rattlesnake, and that's it.
Roger. I made some progress on my landscaping today.
Hell yeah.
Good old long summertime days. What's your coordinates? Well, I guess water pipe really did move. I might have to send him a text, make sure everything's going good.
Damn it. All our entertainment's disappearing.
Roger. I've heard somebody say maybe Junebug's coming back.
I ain't heard nothing from him. He texted me, they called me on the phone and shit, talking about he's gonna try to catch a bus up here. I ain't heard nothing out of him since then.
Roger.
Oh, mercy. I don't know if I want to finish this joint or just go lay back for a while.
Roger, Dodger.
Damn it. Hell, I've been trying to figure out a way I could keep this from bombarding that SDR. I was looking some of that shit up, some of them ham guys. It's in a plastic case, but I need to make it into a metal or aluminum, some kind of metal case. But you can try wrapping aluminum foil, so that's what I did. I took a big old sheet, folded it in half, and wrapped that motherfucker up, and it didn't do nothing.
Damn.
I think I'm gonna have to put my switch box and that SDR or something. I don't know. A switch box is in a metal case, but I don't know. That motherfucker overloads the shit out of it.
I guess you got the case grounded very well.
Yeah, I got my plastic ground on there.
Yeah, that feedback issues are hard to solve sometimes.
That's just when I key up. The RF is, because it's all right here. The only other option I got is to move it somewhere on the other side of the room or some shit. But it's all like right here. My radio, SDR, all this shit's within feet of each other.
Roger.
And it overdrives the front end. So I had to keep my RF gain turned down. If I wasn't doing that live stream shit, I could crank it up. I've listened to it, turned it up. You hear a lot of shit.
How long have you been doing a live stream?
Shit, I don't know, probably 4 years, something. It's been a while.
Roger that, so pretty much 4 continuous years of recording.
Yeah, on Channel 19. It's a documentary.
Slice of CB life. A pretty good size slice.
As far as I know, I'm the only one doing it 24/7 and archiving it.
Roger that.
There's a lot of people that put shit on there, but they do it here and there, whatever.
Well, are you able to make money? I mean, you know, once you get so many subscribers, I guess you know you can get advertising and all that.
I'll get banned.
Right.
I get so many copyright things. Hell, I just got Smoking Joe video took down from the 24th because they said it was what the hell did I say that shit was? Hate speech. It was Moondog and Numbnuts over there talking shit, and they started talking about I guess Black History or something, and they deemed that hate speech, so they took that whole live stream off.
Roger that. I think I heard you say earlier a lot of times it's AI that actually makes the call.
It has to be. Who the hell's sitting around listening to this live stream at Google or whatever? It's got to be that AI shit. Plus, when they give you an option to appeal it, and as soon as I hit appeal, boom, I get an email. Oh, we've reviewed your content and we still believe it violates our da-da. I mean, just that fast, as soon as I click that, I get an email saying they reviewed it. So motherfuckers ain't reviewed anything.
Well, it would make you extremely suspicious if they'd actually done that.
That's what happens. Just like on the other one, they claim I had nudity on there. I mean, there's nothing there unless that AI seen something in the waterfall that thought it was nudity. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that earlier. That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, so I got that warning, and I had to take their little stupid sensitivity survey thing, and then that warning gonna be gone here shortly. Now I got this other one for fucking hate speech and shit. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Roger.
Dude, I've had some of these live streams. That shit's set where it's for adults only. It's not, because there's an option on there, made safe for kids or just adults. And you have to sign in. You have to have an account, verified age, shit to sign in to watch it. That's the way I got it set up. It's not made for kids. And they keep flagging some of my shit. Oh, we've had to make this, switch the deal. So I don't know what the fuck's going on, but all my shit is marked for mature audiences, no kids. But they keep coming up with this bullshit saying, oh, this video here, and I ain't changed anything. It automatically, it's set. I just start another stream. All the settings are the same, but they keep claiming some kind of bullshit.
Roger. It's a stacked deck.
What it is now, hell, like I was talking about, every time he stays up all night playing all kinds of music, I get a playlist of all that shit from Google. Or it's in my YouTube studio shit. Go in there and there's like fucking bang loaded of copyright shit. And it's got all the songs that he played, what year they was made, who's got the shit on it. But the strange thing about it, on all of them, they're always banned in Russia. It don't do nothing to my channel, but it's banned in Russia.
Damn it. I hope you don't lose any sleep over the fact that Vladimir is not able to look your stuff over.
Yeah. Damn it, man. The Russians can't listen to Channel 19.
I mean, that might be ruining Vladimir's life. He can't watch your stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. Then it's either Russia and Belarus, mainly Russia. There's been a couple of them that's here or there, but they make you clip it out of your deal so you can keep your content up.
Roger that. But it sounds like you got the right stuff to deal with whatever they throw at you.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to fucking ban me or some shit. 'Cause Hell, if they think that was hate speech, they ought to go listen to the rest of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
They just pick and choose. Hell, there a while back, a couple of years ago, when there was music being played, that fucking YouTube would black out the screen. It would like black it out for a little bit and then come back. And if it was still playing, it would black it out again. They did that for a while. I ain't seen that shit happen in a while.
Roger. Well, you know, like in the Terminator, they talked about them damn robots. They say you cannot stop them, you cannot reason with them. Maybe it's, I guess, the same shit with AI.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bunch of crap. The hell, if they... Like last time, I had some video about that coronavirus shit on there, and they fucking banned me for a week over that. And then what's fucked up now, the shit in that video, that documentary, was true. But I still got fucking banned for a week.
Roger that. I need to make a movie about various people who have been locked up in YouTube jail and all the conversations that take place, and you know, what are you in for and all that, you know.
Shit, there's shitloads of them out there. I got a couple other platforms I can jump over to and live stream on them. For some reason, they quit syncing up, because I had them where it would, after I'd live stream, it would put it over on them other platforms, and then it just stopped uploading.
Roger that. I'll be right back in a minute.
Keep me sharing your content. Damn. See, Google took over that damn AI music shit.
know if anybody else liked it, but I pretty much enjoyed the drama on the very top of the Empire State Building, you know, that proposal and all that.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I seen a video of him walking out of court or whatever, him and his girlfriend or fiance.
And I guess they got their free ride downtown and got to pay a fine, whatever. And I think they probably, you know, they probably pretty much treated like, you know, astronauts returning from the moon or something. After all the, you know, the deadly bullshit that goes on in New York City all the time, that had to be a breath of fresh air.
Kind of hard to top that proposal.
Well, I guess he did good. He's trying to do something that was far and above anything else that had been done before in order to impress her. And I'm pretty sure he accomplished the mission. And that shit's only possible in the land of the free, all of the brave. No doubt. And it sounds like Rattlesnake just has another day, you know, a day in the office with YouTube and how they fuck with him and try to throw him in YouTube jail. I'm sure that when you lay down in bed and close your eyes, you sleep the sleep of angels, Roger.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I can go on another platform.
Yeah, they better work. They better be careful. They might lose business. Lately, I've been watching like dash cam videos of like state police, state troopers, whatever, OHP out there, and when they get involved in a chase. And I guess maybe you remember, maybe a few years ago around OKC, some criminal from Arizona was coming through town, and they got, the OHP got the call from Arizona, somebody coming through, and I think they identified their vehicle over on the west side of OKC and started chasing them. Of course, they wouldn't pull over, and there was a chase, and they went east on I-40 and west on I-44 up there. I think they went up Hefner Parkway and then made a U-turn back to Kirkpatrick Expressway, and they chased them over onto the turnpike, and that's where the trooper, one of them, made a pit maneuver and caused the criminal to wipe out. And so anyway, he got out of his vehicle, opened up the hatch. He's got a bunch of tactical weapons out there. He started shooting back at law enforcement, forcing the SWAT team to take him out. And I guess this just happened a few years ago. Of course, all over the country, there's all kinds of videos like that. In Arkansas, I think they take a especially dim view of that kind of criminal. guess Rattlesnake went to refill his beverage or something.
Hey, Scorpio, there's somebody out there wanting a radio check, so I'll give him a radio check. Go ahead out there, radio check.
I thought I heard somebody asking for a radio check. Radio checker, I barely hear you, but anyway, I hear you.
You say my radio's coming in and out?
Your radio's coming in now, not very strong, I hear you.
Moondog, I hear you fine, man.
I started to say that sounded like Moondog out there, way high up on the top of Two Dog Hill.
Yeah, that's over here trying to run legal, but I ain't legal now.
Roger that, Moondog. Good to hear you out there, man. Good evening.
Hey, you sound good over here, bro.
Damn it, I hate cats. Somebody wants to get a bird to sit on top of my shit.
Roger. Man, if you don't mind my saying so, it sounds like you hate cats and you love cats. And them damn cats, they know that.
I know you're right. That sucker today was sitting over here on the table. That puppy come up there gonna eat the dog food. That cat slapped the shit out of that puppy. Sound a little better up there now, Scorpio?
Sound good, Moondog. Good to hear you out there.
And my damn relays are sticking in my amp.
Roger. Well, doggone it. I'm sure Rattlesnake has the cure for that.
Roger that. Yeah, I'll take it apart and try to clean them up first. And if they need replacing, I'll go that route, Roger.
Roger that. Sound like you got your plan all carved out, installed.
Roger, Dodger. Damn thing got so many screws in it, though. I think I'll have to take spend a day on just unscrewing it.
Roger. Well, I guess the water pump has actually moved.
Yeah, I hope he got settled in all right. And I hope he gets his antenna up. I don't know if we can talk to him or not, but I'm sure we'll figure out something. There ought to be somebody in between us and him. Probably old Bobo.
No doubt about it. Or Jolly Rancher out there by Thunderbird Lake.
Yeah, there's always somebody out there at 10-5.
I know you're right.
I used to live out there in Harrah. I didn't have a bit of trouble talking back to Oklahoma City, but a lot of them guys over in Shawnee, they said they had a hard time talking back to Oklahoma City.
No doubt about it. Well, back during the early days of my CB radio, operations, I was out by Thunderbird Lake. I made contact with Johnny Ringo over there during those days, and Toadstool and the rest of the gang over there. And there's also Step and Fetch It and Reach and Get It over there in Shawnee.
The old String Bean over at the company who I used to talk to a lot. He had a big strapping station.
Roger, I've heard of him.
Yeah, he's probably passed away by now, but back in the day, he was one of the top ones down there. Or right up there with them.
I know you're right. And then there's Horse Feathers. I think he's gone too, but a little bit later than String Bean.
Yeah, there's an old guy named Levi. He lived down there, Shawnee. He owned that pawn shop there in Shawnee. He was a character.
Roger that. There was RC over there, and fairly recently, I mean, I worked on his radios, and doggone it, unfortunately, he passed away.
Yeah, it's a shame. We're about the last of the Mohegans, you know it?
No doubt about it. And I'm sure you're not surprised for me to tell you there's so many people I have talked to in the world out there and mentioned CB. They've always thought that, oh, I thought CB was dead or something like that.
No, I tell people all the time, CB ain't dead. It's just you gotta wait for the right time to get there and talk.
No doubt about it. They don't know anything about CB diehards, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's pretty tough if you live out there 15, 20 miles east of Oklahoma City, west, south, north, either direction. It's pretty hard to break it here on 19 sometimes.
I know you're right. That's exactly what I felt like 50 years ago, approximately, when I first got on the CB radio with my Radio Shack TRC-18, 12-channel mobile. It actually just come with one channel, though.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to be 71 years old, and I started talking when I was about 18. I may not be that old.
Well, happy birthday in advance, Moondog. And just between you and me, I'll be blowing out 72 candles in another month or two anyway.
Yeah, you're only as old as you feel.
That's what I'm talking about, no doubt. Of course, every day I cross paths with some of these youngsters with, let's just say, attitudes that I'm going to have to improve if I'm around them much.
Yeah, it's a shame. They just want to be badasses, and they really don't know how to be.
I mean, they'll say stuff to me like they're just being casual, but it's just insulting bullshit.
Yeah, we've dealt with in the past, I know you have, I have, guys that, they said they was coming to your house. My God, they'd love to show up. They would show up.
I know you're right. Back in the day, they meant it.
Hey, I'm going to get back here and get quiet and finish watching Rawhide.
Roger that, Moondog. Good to hear you out there. And since you mentioned Rawhide, I got lucky. I went to a garage sale fairly recently, and I've got, I think, the entire first season of Rawhide. I've already watched the first 3 episodes, so I got more to go.
Yeah, I got my routine over here, shows I watch, and I just flip channels and till about 11:30, then I'll watch The Twilight Zone, then I'll watch Alfred Hitchcock. He usually goes off about 1 o'clock in the morning, then I go watch the cop shows on a different channel. I don't know, depends on what day it is.
Roger. Well, your interest in movies It sounds very similar to mine, no doubt about it. Keep up the good work, Moondog. Good to hear you out there. And happy birthday. I guess pretty soon you got that big 7-4 coming up.
No, 7-1.
7-1, okay. Well, I'm glad I misunderstood you. So anyway, I thought I was just a hair older. Yeah, I've got the big 7-2 coming up, well, pretty soon.
Yeah, I'll be coming up with mine in September the 28th.
Roger, on September 28th. It's about the middle of August for me. But we may be like Clint Eastwood and live forever. Have a good evening, man.
All right, buddy. I'll catch you in here after bed. I hear you in there a lot of times during the night. I just don't get in there. Hell, I'm usually laying in bed. I leave this thing on all the time. Turn it down to where just the loud radios I can hear.
No doubt about it. It's always good to hear you out there, Moondog. Keep up the good work.
Roger that. Right back at you there, Scorpio. You're all right in my books there, bud.
Roger, Dodger. That makes a difference that you said that, and I'm gone again. Yeah, I'd clap, but I got to hold the microphone with one hand.
Damn it.
That wasn't entirely appropriate.
Shame on the deal.
And you can run, but you cannot hide from snake vision. And I just remember, I think Bolt Sniper sent a special delivery package to you know who.
Big red granny panties.
If I could resurrect a late night talk show host, I think you already know who it is. That's right, Johnny Carson. I guess everybody's heard the sad news. A child loses hand in the fireworks explosion.
Yeah, there was also a murder-suicide today.
Roger that. I'm not a bit surprised. In fact, I've done business with people. I used to have rental property. I've done business with people that later I recognized their name in the news because of, in one case, a murder-suicide. In another case, a case of mistaken identity, and they got their ass capped. But anyway. That's very much true.
Yeah, the husband was 57 and the wife was 62.
That's too bad.
Yep.
And of course, by now it's old news about the young couple, I think 30 or 31, down in Florida. You know where I'm going with this. I think they were hiking and decided to take a swim in this river, and doggone an alligator bit both the arms off the beautiful girl, and of course she bled to death.
I didn't hear about that, but yeah, that's a damn shame.
Roger, that's terrible. And the guy sounded like he tried to save her. He almost got taken out, but anyway.
Did they not know there was alligators before they jumped in?
I was asking that question earlier, like if anybody in Florida or anybody in the southern U.S.
Yo, Gary.
Not smart to try to swim in lakes or rivers in Florida.
Right.
I guess they didn't know that, but
Hey, Kool-Aid boy.
radio check. Can I get a radio check?
Gone down there on vacation. They talk.
It's working.
Touch the water with your pins.
Simple.
Yeah, I saw that one video where that lady's walking her dog by that lake and an alligator grabbed the dog.
Roger, exactly.
What are y'all up to this lovely night?
And then, of course, I guess it's this old news. Remember that like the killer whales, the orcas, whatever, down at SeaWorld, quite a few years ago, highly trained, and the trainer was out there, and that was her life's work. She's living a dream. I think she'd been conducting, the shows with the orcas for 15 years. She loved her work. She had a long ponytail. I think you know the rest of the story. Before that particular act was over, that orca grabbed her ponytail and pulled her into the water, and she didn't survive that. And 50 people in the audience got to watch that horror show. Trying to remember the name of the killer whale. I think it was Tilikum or something like that. And that was not the very first time that whale had killed. It just sounds so bad, so pathetic. But from what I understand, it's absolutely true that happened. I've got devices chiming at me. I'll be back. guess Channel 19's about gone to bed. We sure still got some sandbaggers out there. I don't do this very often, but I think I'll scan the channels. I guess everybody's gone to bed. since it's not quite 10 o'clock, I'm thinking rattlesnake's actually still out there. It's All or Nothing on Channel 19. We've always got the Snake Division court reporter out there, though.
Goodness, is that it? Hello, 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 hello.
Hello?
What's going on?
Oh, hell, same old, same old. What's up?
Us listening to all these fireworks.
Fireworks, huh?
And we got people already camped out in tents to be the first one to see the fireworks.
No way.
First one to blow up.
That's crazy. At the parks or what?
Roger. The whole world's crazy. I'll just watch it on TV.
Radio check, radio check.
I'll just sit out on the front porch and watch.
No doubt. Yeah, it's Buck Thomas Park.
Well, I was going to get my stuff and go out there, but I guess all the good spots are already gone.
No doubt about it. First come, first served.
your front yard.
No doubt about it. I'm still wondering how Ben Cartwright is going to react to that bullshit.
Yeah, and 102.
And the rest of the gang.
Happy 4th of July, everybody. It's early, but yep, happy 4th.
No doubt. Yeah, and this 4th of July, as you know, will be the big 250.
Yep.
And just a few, maybe a week ago, whatever, on the 25th of June, I don't know if we celebrated it, but it was exactly 150 years since General Custer got his ass capped at you know where.
Well, I hope he didn't feel any pain, you know.
Roger. Well, I don't know. He may or may not have felt pain. But anyway, he got put in check or whatever. Karma's a bitch.
Yep.
Yeah, from what I understand, he slaughtered innocent women and children on the banks of the Washita River several years earlier.
Yep, karma will get you.
I guess Sing Bull and Two Moons and the rest of the gang made sure that happened. I guess they're, what's the term, shamans or shamans have already predicted the end of the world.
What? How's it going to end? Said something about the Yellowstone ground cracked open and boiling water or something.
Roger. Oh, just the breaking news?
They was talking about it earlier.
Roger. Well, in this case, I certainly hope it's fake news, but...
Yeah, if that goes up, we could see some damage.
No doubt. I think probably I don't know, maybe 1 foot of ash or whatever, enough to fuck our whole day up. But I'm just glad Yellowstone's not next door.
I-35 north, right outside of OKC, there is a rig.
You say there's an accident on I-35 north of what's the mile marker?
I hope nobody was hurt.
Absolutely. Now it is. Sometimes people seem to have a guardian angel watching over them. Like drunks. They cause all of that to happen. They end up almost without a scratch on them because they were all relaxed.
Yeah, and then everybody on their phones, they wreck.
Roger, exactly. Technology gone wild. reminds me, I hope someday I'll be able to shake the hand of the Terminator and maybe even get his autograph. Another fact regarding the Terminator and his movie, like, you know, of course it was international, and they had the movie available in all countries. Of course they had that language dubbed in there, but they, like over in Austria and Germany, whatever, they did not use Arnold's his voice, because he sounded too provincial. He sounded too country over there, like in his part of Austria. He sounded like, you know, way out in the country. So somebody else actually did his voice, even though that's his native language.
Oh, be darned. So, what they predict, the end of the world's coming?
Roger. Well, I'm still standing by for that exact information. I'll get that to you as soon as I know.
I bet over in Venezuela or wherever that earthquake was, they thought it was the end.
No doubt. Yeah, it's Pancake City over there. I hate it that happened to them, but maybe in the future they'll take advantage of this, you know, experience they've had, you know, to go with some better architects to build better buildings that can withstand earthquakes or whatever.
Yeah. And then people that were still in their apartments, they're like, there's cracks all up in the walls. I'd be getting out of there.
No doubt about it, yeah. That's a powerful clue to get the fuck out of Dodge. You know, that reminds me, I'm glad I canceled my trip to Venezuela at the very last moment. Every time you turn around, there's some reason to keep on keeping your seat. I guess the guys over in, where is it, over in Italy, Pompeii, yeah, they didn't quite get the memo. Something didn't quite work out for them, but oh well. Another day, another basketball.
Yeah, there's several super volcanoes around, and they're probably about due to go.
No doubt. I think, yeah, Yellowstone's overdue, and around the Ring of Fire or whatever, yeah, like I say, there's several about ready to blow their wad. And it reminds me, I'm glad I canceled my trip to any place around the Ring of Fire at the very last moment. What does all this mean? Probably that we did not own the earth owns us. In a few thousand years, it won't make a bit of difference.
someone from another planet will say, look, we found evidence of civilization.
No doubt, and we terminated it. And also, the Swadley cocksucker is in court. He thought he was going to get away with that, but he was wrong. I'm trying to live every day absolutely to the max, because I'm not sure how many days we got left. In other words, high tech today, Stone Age tomorrow. I guess the gas prices aren't dropping ahead of the holiday weekend. And doggone it, I did not quite, make contact with Wonder Hussy along her trek on the Route 66. Remember, getting kicks on the 66. I didn't quite make contact with her, but I haven't quite given up, because I think she's worth it. I'm pretty sure Roughneck would agree. I've got to meet her. Maybe she'll show me some of her electronic bikinis. Maybe she'll show me how she, all the tricks to make money on YouTube. If you don't know who she is, just get on YouTube and type in Wonder Hussy, and you will be updated. I thought the governor would be out there, I guess, because he's already signed off.
Yeah, he disappeared.
Roger. And with it being like, 10 minutes after 10, I know Rattlesnake is gone to bed, ready for another wonderful day in paradise tomorrow.
Yeah, Rattlesnake's off tomorrow, so. But he did say he's going to go to bed early. No, I'm just sitting over here sandbagging Scorpio. I get interested in my TV shows, and I got to watch him.
Roger that. No doubt about it, Moondog. I've got certain ones I got to watch. That's part of my problem, is there's too many things I want to watch and get to bed later and later, but I'll take care of that. I'll get back, with good discipline.
Well, you have a good evening, my friend. I always enjoy talking to you, and I enjoy listening to you talk, especially Skip. So have a good one. Catch you later.
No doubt about it, Moondog. It's always good to hear you out there, up there on the top of Moondog Hill, in rarefied air. Keep up the good work, Moondog. We catch you on the flip side. And Unit 84 down here says hi.
What? I was looking at RCI radios, man, they're high. And then, yeah. Sonics in there, pretty reasonable, AM, FM.
Roger that. There's always a glimmer of hope.
Yeah, but then, man, them RCI radios, $600, $700, $800.
Damn it.
It's because they got an amp in them.
Is that what it is?
No.
Yeah. Yeah, the ones that cost that much, they got that amplifier in the bottom of them.
Yeah, that's probably because they got that high-powered amp built in.
Roger. It's just too easy to add on an external foot warmer, if you will.
Hey, that Zohan motherfucker over in New York's telling them people to set your thermostats at 78 degrees.
Roger. Well, right now I'm setting mine to, it varies, 74 up to 77.
Yeah, it's been like 100 and something degrees over there. He's telling them to set their thermostats at 78 and unplug shit you ain't using. Because you're stressing the grid out.
Roger. And what I do between the hours of 2 and 7, especially when I know it's going to be a hot day, I disable my heat and air. I go without heat and air.
Fuck that shit. My shit stays on 69.
Roger. Well, I go the toasty route, and you know, I enjoy a much reduced electric bill. I've got the right stuff to do it.
Yeah, I just pay the same amount every month.
Roger that. I never have gone with that averaging. I feel like that's like a game of 3-card Monte or something.
Well, the good thing about it is you know what it is. It ain't gonna change until the year's up and they send you that new letter. Mine actually went down about $30.
Roger. I know you're right. I appreciate that you're always presenting the very same face to Channel 19. Thank you. No doubt about it. I mean, that's a very rare. I mean, in this two-faced motherfucking world, you got one face. Keep up the good work.
What's that racket I'm hearing?
I'm trying to...
I don't hear it.
Bam was still above ground. What the fuck would he be saying? I don't know exactly, but I'm sure plenty.
You think old Cocaine Mitch is alive?
Nah, I think he's gone.
I think so too. They just don't want to come out and say it yet.
I guess I'm not sure who that is. I'll stand by.
Old Mitch McConnell.
Roger, okay.
Yeah, they found him unconscious or something.
Roger that. Sound like he's a goner.
They got him on life support. The same life support Joe Biden's been on.
Well, once again, I'm so glad we got rid of that retarded fuck.
He's still around talking shit.
Roger. But Jill, if you're out there sandbagging, keep up the good work. I'm impressed with the lengths you've gone to put up with that bullshit.
Yeah.
We got some superheroes out there, unheralded. some of them got a set of tits. If I had any kind of beverage left, I'd toast that. Roger, that radio checker, it's working. You got some echo, but there's nothing wrong with a little bit of sewer pipe reverb. That's what I love. No doubt about who got there? Wizard, Mr. Wizard? Roger, Mr. Wizard. It's always good to hear you out there. Remember some very interesting conversations in the not-so-distant past that I had with you concerning cruises, cruise ships, and all the wonderful times to be had out there on the cruise ships in the Caribbean and elsewhere. Roger. I mean, if I ever reach the point where I feel like I've got money to burn, one of the very first fucking things I'll do is go on a fucking cruise. Roger? Yeah. There's no way you're still, in good shape, because you don't want to get out there partying too much, and you don't have that insurance to fly back. It'll bankrupt you. No doubt about it. I'll make sure if I sign up for a cruise that they're going to stop over at certain vile destinations where they have the nude beach going on, all that bullshit, the complete party, 48 and 24/7, whatever. I mean, either go all the way or don't go at all. No doubt about it. Clothing optional, another bullshit optional, no doubt. Well, the thing about when I went on one is everybody kept hanging a towel in front of me. Right, sure they hag on you when you fall over, but you fell back and find you and go on a cruise. Well, save up your money. I'm going to go next month. That's what I'm talking about, no doubt. Somebody else told me that the buffet stores, that's what you choose from. It sounds pretty outstanding. It almost reminds me like of a James Bond movie or something on the cruise ship. I guess some radios make the trip out there, both. Well, we hear that radio, no doubt about it.
What did he say?
He just said he hopes that radio's making the trip or something like that.
Kind of like a bunch of reverb.
Roger that. Yeah, there's some reverb. Sound like he's on top of the world living the dream, so it's okay. There's some kind of squeal. As long as you're on top of the world living the dream, it's okay, man. No doubt about it. That screwdriver does more than you know. No doubt. That's what I'm talking about. You cannot have too much sewer pipe reverb.
So what's the squeal all about?
It's all good, no doubt about it out there. I mean, since we are in the land of the free, all we brave. After all, we were in Russia, expressed such exuberance, they probably line us up and shoot us. Which reminds me, I'm glad I canceled my trip to Russia at the very last minute. And Unit 84 over there knows that.
What?
About me canceling my trip to Russia at the last minute.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck Vladimir. And I feel like there probably are aliens out there watching us as part of an experiment. They could save us, but right now they don't feel like it. Yes, we all understand that we're just less than a speck of dust compared to the immensity of the cosmos. And that's not something for you to ponder if you're on an acid trip.
Uh-oh, here they come.
Oh, yeah, unless you never want to come back from that trip.
Beam me up, Scotty.
That's what I'm talking about. Almost reminds me of a previous life. It was like the goat rovers versus the freaks. I can remember all them wonderful personalities, and actually some of them are still above ground, which is a little bit hard to believe. And I could elaborate on that situation, but I'm deciding I don't think I want to.
I'll be right back. I gotta go shut some lights off.
Roger, Dodger. We'll hold down the fort while you're gone. Or at least try to hold down the forts. doubt about it. Who is that out there? You've got some echo going on. I didn't quite understand you.
Wizard.
Mr. Wizard, keep up the good work.
Trying to get this thing adjusted right.
That's all good, Mr. Wizard, no doubt.
Really?
Mr. Wizard, have you yet gone on a cruise visiting Pitcairn Island, or they might say Pitcairn Island, in the South Pacific?
No, I haven't been there. I just got back from Cozumel, Costa Maya, and I'm guessing you must have been.
Yeah. What the hell?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, somebody's got something up too high. We're too close or something.
But anyway, Pitcairn Island in the South Pacific is a destination I probably will never go there. Maybe others already know. That was the island that the mutineers of the Bounty, remember the mutiny on the Bounty? That's based on a true story.
What are you been smoking?
You know, from Great Britain on a punitive mission to take them into custody and transport them back to England to be hung. So they decided to hide out on Pitcairn Island because they figured out that it was mischarted. Somebody made a mistake, mischarted Pitcairn Island on the charts, of which there are many copies of that. And so the royalty over there in Great Britain thought that Pitcairn Island was somewhere other than what it actually was. So they went ahead and they decided they'd hide out there. That worked out for them pretty well.
Hey!
But they didn't survive long enough for the punitive mission to reach there, except for one of them. I think Samuel Adams or John Adams. He was the only surviving mutineer by the time of the punitive mission actually figured out where Pitcairn Island was at to arrest him and transport him back to England to be hung. But I think they granted him amnesty or whatever. Way back in around 1870, 1890 or 80 or whatever, in case anybody's interested.
I think I canceled all my trips on the cruise.
No doubt about it. But they are Britain. Still part of Great Britain, I think. They're offering interested parties an opportunity to relocate to Pitcairn Island due to the dwindling population. And yes, these are descendants of the mutineers of the Bounty, and they're down to around 40 people. They need additional.
I'll see y'all later.
Warm bodies on the island back in the South Pacific. And so they will grant you a plot of land if you want to pledge to be part of that. And I think they also require you to take part in maintaining the infrastructure, if you will, of Pitcairn Island.
I think I'll pass on that deal too.
Roger that. Probably a wise call, because I think there's a ship that comes through about every 3 months with provisions. And if you got medical problems, you probably pretty much up shit creek. But you still got the prestige of shooting shit with your neighbors who are descendants of Fletcher Christian, who is I think the top mutineer on the Bounty.
Oh, that's good and dandy. I just want to know, did Smurfette wear red panties under that outfit?
Well, that's something I'm not quite certain of. I'll have to check out the details and get back to you.
I bet they're the same color panties Terry's got on his head right now.
No doubt about it. I just remembered, though, that the women in and around Tahiti were I think they were under some pressure to offer maximum hospitality to visitors, which included sex. I think the crew members of the Bounty took full advantage of that, Roger. And we probably can't begin to imagine what all vulgarities took place.
I think I'll pass on that too.
No doubt. It sounds like probably with the full approval of the chief.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think 2 or 3 people keyed up at the same time.
That's a pretty fair assessment.
Y'all gonna be there, man.
I guess back then, as presently, absolute power corrupts absolutely. But in spite of that, if I had a chance to go experience life out there, in the South Pacific, I'd probably do it. I mean, back in that time period.
I hear you, driver.
Okay, Houston, I think I failed the plane.
But the location I'm talking about, I'm not sure how far it was, but I'm sure it's, relatively speaking, not all that far from Bikini Atoll.
It's not even Friday night yet.
Your test, it's probably totally fucked up the area.
Get her straightened out, Mr. Wizard.
Keep us updated on your latest cruise.
It was sounding a little bit clearer on frequency now.
Well, you sound better than you did earlier.
Yeah, that sounds a little bit.
Not as much echo.
But everybody I'm pretty sure everybody approves that you're absolutely not a couch potato.
And I'm back out.
I had run this 148, so I'll have to clarify about, which is,
Roger, so you're running 148, but I asked you what year you manufactured.
all out of whack.
What year was that radio manufactured?
You keep keying up on them, Scorpio.
Roger, I thought I was. I re-asked the question, what year was the radio manufactured?
I know it's one of the ones that was made in Malaysia, if that helps anything.
Roger that.
Well, at least this one is. I've got 3 other ones around 148s, but this one don't have all the bells and whistles the other 2 do.
Roger. I've got a Cobra 148 GTL manufactured around 2000 with a side-mounted mic jack. I think it's still one of the good ones.
Yeah, that's the deal. This one's got the 5-pin, so I got to run this goofy truck spec power mic on it. Rather have a 5-pin mic plug in.
Roger that. This one I got was damaged in a tornado. It looked kind of fucked up, but I cleaned it up. I straightened it out. It looks good now.
It's got a couple toggle switches on the back, but I forgot what the heck they even do, so
I say, Cobra 148 GTL. It suffered some damage, which I've repaired. So it's pretty close to being pristine again. Not quite, but close.
Yeah, one of my others is a 148 GTL with a F or whatever, with the freak jugger built in the front.
Roger.
I was looking at the old black-faced Johnson in there. I ran across it this afternoon. I don't know if that thing even works or not. I never even tried it when I bought it 35 years ago.
Roger. I think I might have, I don't even remember now if it's a black face or white face. But anyway, I got a Johnson out in the shed. And you can shake it, and I guess hear all the crystals rattling around in it.
Well, I got a Turner Plus 2, a couple of wheels around here somewhere. I just gotta get my son over there and get his junk out of my garage so I can get over to it.
No doubt about it.
I need to find my good red velvet, where the black is, it's got red instead of black or silver. It's a D104, kind of a special one I had.
Right. Well, Mr. Wizard, I admire how you're not afraid to live.
Well, every day's last, when you've been DOA 3 times, you learn to get out here and do it while you can. You never know how long it's going to last.
No doubt about it. No day, no dice roll. One of my ambitions, since I am a spaghetti western aficionado, is to visit Spain, where they made, quite a few spaghetti westerns over there. I'd like to go over there and visit that and snap all the pictures, meet all the new and interesting people.
Yeah, they've been infiltrated by foreigners. It's all fucked up.
Roger. But anyway, I'd still like to do it, but I'd have to break my pledge of no flying unless I want to try out a freighter. I might try to book passage on a freighter. That's been done. I guess it's done regularly. But I'm not too good to shoot shit with a crew on a freighter. To get to my destination. And damn little Brent Swadley's in the news, and I know that's old news. Everybody knows all about that.
I got a technical question for you guys to help me out get this all going so far. I got a dead gun Jeep. They got that fiberglass composite top on it. I mount an antenna on the back of it to where the taillights are. How much higher over the top do I need to go to not, reflect everything back in the antenna?
I'm not sure. Maybe Rattlesnake knows the answer to that.
Depends on what kind of antenna going to reflect off of it, so it's going to be kind of hard to set it.
Yeah, but does it just transmit off the very tip of the antenna or the whole antenna hold out RF?
Yeah, it gets stronger the further you get up to the top of it.
So if it cleared the whole top by 14 inches or so, might be alright?
Yeah, you get you one of them damn, I don't know, Wilson 5000, put a long shaft on it. Or one of them coil antennas, if you can get the coil above the cab, but if you're driving around hitting shit all the time or off-roading or something, it probably ain't gonna work out. But if you're just driving around town, whatever, you get you a long shaft where the coil's above, and it'll work.
Yeah, you get it right on the nail there. If I go out there in the trees, I gotta have something that can, have a little give to it. So I don't want to go up too high, but I don't want to be so low that I'm driving my brain with RF signals.
Yeah, you get one of them long shaft Predators, whatever, put on there. As long as you can get the coil above the roof of the vehicle, you'll be good.
So from what I remember back when I was big into CBs, 20 years old, 40-something years ago, if you put it on the back of the vehicle, then you mainly transmit towards the front, like going down the interstate to get some range toward the front of the vehicle. You want to put it on the back?
Yeah, it turns into like directional. Apparently, if you put it on the back driver's side, you're talking off the front passenger side. You put it over on the other side, you're talking off the driver's side. But, I don't know, on a pickup truck, I got mine like dead center on a headache rack, so it's all the way around. But yeah, it'd be alright. Put it back there in one of the corners, whatever. As long as you get the main load of the antenna. Like say you got a Wilson 2000 or whatever, put a long shaft on it where the ball's above the cab of the vehicle, and it'd be alright.
Yeah, I kind of like to have it on the passenger rear. That's where it's at now, but that little XR75 I-11 radio ain't no much. So I'll probably stick one of these 29s in it. I got one of them swing out spare tire mounts because the tires are too big to hang on that tailgate. Rip the bolts out, so I think I'll try to mount it to that, but I may add an extra ground strap before it swings out over to the front.
Yeah, you'll have to make sure you ground everything good if you're gonna mount it to that spare tire rack. Yeah, you have to put your ground wire from that to bumper frame or something.
Yeah, I got a little Wilson magnet mount on there now. And it just, I don't know, it's probably the radio more than anything, but it just don't get out very much.
Well, if you want to get out and talk, you'll have to get it above the roof of the vehicle. I mean, it'll still work, but you ain't gonna get out very far.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, I was looking today over at the truck stop. They had a bunch of extra long stingers and shorter stingers. I thought, well, I could do that, but if you get too long a stinger, you can't adjust it. Get the rest of yours back there?
The longer the shaft, the shorter the stinger. I mean, hell, I got one antenna. I put 2 predators. I took 2 predators and made one. I put 2 coils, 2 7-wrap coils, and my stinger is only maybe 2 inches tall.
Roger. Hey, well, little bitty, skinny, tiny stingers, I mean, I can hit trees and stuff like that. He'll have a flex over enough not to break everything off.
Yeah, just put a whip on it. Find you an old school steel whip and stick on there.
Buffalo's house, keyed it up, he didn't even hear me. Well, I was like right by his house, so it ain't getting out at all in that dang Jeep.
When was that?
I tried to hold back when I was coming by out there on I-44, get up on top of one of the big hills out there. I tried to holler back. And when I get a little closer to get up to about 119th Street, 44 on the Hop Bridge, I'd hear you all talking, but nobody ever heard me out there. Got one of them triple magnet mounts, but there ain't nothing on there that's metal to stick it on. Except right in the middle of the hood, that'd drive me crazy. I'd be cross-eyed.
I had a Jeep Rubicon 2003. I had 2 Predator 10Ks co-phased together on it. I'd be going down the road, people would be pulling up beside me. Hey, you're coming over my stereo. I'm like, how can I? I'm just barefooted.
And a tremendous amount of dB gain, I guess, coming out of it.
Then I put a 102-inch whip on there. Everybody kept like, where'd you get that antenna? I need one for mine.
Yeah, I'd like to have one of them, but I had it on the back of my truck. And every time I'd go through the parking garages and stuff, I had to stop, tie it down to the front of the truck, because it could knock all the neon lights and stuff out of the parking garages. Hell of a deal.
Yeah, it was a cool car to drive around, but damn, that thing was rough riding. Worst ride I ever had.
I like the days I could go to a gas station or Walmart and come over the PA system. That was always fun.
What?
Yeah, my little Hyundai at the time, little white Hyundai, had a 667 in there with a Galaxy 88 and a Wilson 5000 with ground plane kit. Used to come over to PA systems and all that all the damn time. I always thought that was funny to watch. Over remote controlled airplanes and everything. Yeah, it was kind of fun.
I don't guess I ever did that.
There's one time I'm at a 7-Eleven in Norman, dude, and I'm keying up on my radio, and this lady's over pumping her gas thinking God's talking to her. I thought that was funny as hell, bro. Damn, that was 30 years ago. I used to come down from the Poconos every year to see my mom and dad on Thanksgiving, every year. And yeah, I used to have some fun down there.
Right, Joe.
Well, I think it's wonderful that people are able to visit their family. I mean, sometimes I guess there are families out there they're not at war with.
Well, me and my brothers and sisters are a totally different story, but when it comes to mom and dad, regardless, they're still mom and dad.
Roger, Dodger. Well, my, visiting around the holiday, that's history, but I'm happy for people who still enjoy that.
Yeah. Problem with most families, honestly, they don't know how to let go. They hold grudges.
Roger, Dodger. And people in general just do not respect other people's individual ambition.
Right.
And most people are just standard bovine followers.
I think it's because most people just want to feel like they're in control, like they're controlling someone or something.
Roger, Dodger.
But honestly, from my experience in my lifetime only, I do know this. We don't control a damn thing.
No doubt about it. The earth owns us. We do not own the earth.
The only thing we have any say-so over, Scorpio, is the decisions we make. It's those decisions that dictate your future, no more, no less.
Roger, Dodger. Most people are just regular people. They're deathly afraid of doing anything that identifies them as abnormal. That's it. Their whole obsession is being perceived as normal. Obviously, I'm not worried about that a bit.
Well, personally, I don't ever want to be called normal because I don't feel like I've ever been normal, and I'm okay with that.
No doubt about it. It's like that one song, remember, the guy says, and I don't care what the neighbors think.
Well, what is normal to begin with? Does anybody really know? I mean, your idea of normal, I bet you, is different than mine, and so on and so forth.
No doubt, that's it. Nobody knows.
That's it. I'm out of here. I'll catch y'all later.
All right. Hey, I'm not normal, Buffalo. Remember that.
99 over there, neighbor. Maybe I sound a little more like the real deal on this radio.
That's all about having fun, man. That's it. If you can't have fun with yourself and your life, then what's the point in living at all? Scorpio.
Go ahead.
You know that show on TV is called Cops Reloaded?
Well, I've heard of Cops. I don't know that I've ever watched Cops Reloaded. I think I've kind of heard of it.
I've been sitting here every day now for about a week and a half watching the same show over, just different ones. But they, I don't know, man. It always shows Tulsa for some reason, never Oklahoma City. I wonder why.
Roger. Well, maybe we'll figure out the answer to that. I don't know what it is either.
Hell yeah. Yeah, there's some Oklahoma City ones on there. Was it like 62.3 or some shit?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. 0.3 or 0.4, one of the two, but yeah. But I ain't seen none in a week and a half for Oklahoma City, just Tulsa.
Well, I've watched Forensic Files, I think that's what it was, about some cases in OKC. I'm trying to think of the names, like Karen Campagno or something. She was a murder victim. Her husband slipped out and murdered her and tried to hide evidence, but they figured out he did it.
That Cops Reloaded is like just old shit.
Yeah, I can tell a lot of the times that I see on here, they're old, like in the 80s and 90s for the big part. Well, probably 2000, early 2000.
Yes, when they was on there, because they cried and whined and got it took off because it kept showing the usual suspects on there all the time. They hollered racism, so they canceled it.
Well, for the big part, it's still going like that, because almost everyone I've seen involved a black person.
Yeah, it's all reruns.
I Audio checker checks the mail, 747 standing by. Yeah, there's been some pretty bad crime stories right here in OKC. And that Chris Campagno, he's one of the worst ones. Murdered his wife because she got tired of his damn drug addiction.
You know about that Murdoch case, right?
Well, I've heard about that, yeah, Murdoch back in the Carolinas, I believe it was.
Yeah, the one that killed his wife and said he didn't, yada yada.
Roger, yeah, I think he's granted a retrial or something like that.
I don't know why, but I just got this weird-ass feeling he's covering for his son.
Roger. Yeah, they're guilty of sin, whether it's him or his son or whoever.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have any positive feelings about it.
I've seen a couple things on it, and it just seems like you can tell from the father's point of view he's hiding something about his son.
No doubt. He thought he was so smart he'd get away with it. Well, he's about to get what he has coming. The world's lucky that I did not decide to be a lawyer and work my way up to being a damn judge. Because I know I would have done it. I've got the right stuff to do it, but I decided to go another route. But if I'd done it, I'd been a worse fucking judge you can imagine. I've been far worse than that one guy. I think they called him Maximum John. I've been all the way in on that bullshit. Punish the ones who need the punishment.
I don't think I would have wanted to be a judge. A profiler maybe, but not a judge.
Roger. Well, I know you got some damn target on you. The assassins are after you and all that.
Oh, you pick it up over time. Just learn how to read people pretty well.
But the world does not know quite how fucking lucky it is that I did not decide to try to go that route.
Right.
I know I might not have made it, but I'm pathologically optimistic that I would have made it.
Yeah, over my lifetime, I've learned how to read people pretty well. And when I was blind, I learned how to trust myself, especially my hearing, you know. So all that together, yeah.
Roger, I've heard that if you lose one sense, that you compensate with other senses.
Yeah, and the cool part is my hearing. I haven't lost any of my hearing since I got my left eye fixed.
Roger, I'm so happy for you, 102. You got some eyesight back and a major amount of it.
I can actually close my eyes and set here, Scorpio, and as soon as you key your radio, I know it's you.
Roger, Dodger.
Buffalo, rattlesnake, snowman, yeah, all of them. I mean, I've got them pretty much all down right now.
Roger. Yeah, we know you got voice lock on everybody.
I think that comes from being blind for over 9 years. I just learned how to listen better.
Roger, Dodger. So happy for you got your vision restored. I think maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, you're still working on the right eye or something.
No, I gave up on my right eye. I'm not going to keep doing that. They're going to put another chip in there, and then that one's going to go out too, and then I'm going to have to go through all that bullshit again. No.
Roger that. But anyway, you've got a major miracle already.
Yeah, I'm good with just the way it is right now. As long as I can see something and can write a letter or something, I'm good.
Well, I've been lucky because I've had bullshit happen way back in grade school that might have taken one of my eyes away from me, except it didn't. My ear was sore for several days, but doggone it, I'm glad it didn't put my eye out.
Right.
And also, I'm enjoying the knowledge that some of my previous enemies have been dead and below ground for years now. Fuck them.
I know this. I wasn't born blind, but I went blind. And I don't wish that on anyone, because I'm telling you, brother, you don't know me and all, but that shit makes you very, very angry. The first part of that, man, you get mad, bro, at every little thing.
Roger. Yeah, I remember you said, I believe that you're driving your car or something and a drunk driver hits you, and maybe your family in the car with you, I don't remember, but anyway, that's how you lost your vision, I think you said earlier.
No, that's not how I lost my vision, although I was in the car when that happened, yes. But when I lived in downtown Dallas, a Mexican in a white van ran me over, literally, and he just kept going.
Roger, well, I hope they caught him.
Yeah, it ripped my face damn near off, though.
Roger. Yeah, it's an unfair world. I've had plenty of good, lucky dice rolls. I hope they keep coming.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I woke up in a hospital a couple weeks after that happened. I was in a coma, and I asked the first person I saw what happened. They told me. I said, did he stop? They said, nope. And they don't know who he was because he was probably an illegal alien, word for word.
Right. Yeah, well, damn it. The whole Trump deports all these fuckers.
Yep. Yeah, that's how I lost my eyesight. I got ran over in Dallas.
Roger that. Yeah, I thought it was a car accident.
As far as the other accident, yeah, that was before I went blind, and that was something I'll never forget too.
Roger. I've been in accidents, but they've been pretty minor.
Yep. Did lose my thumb in that accident, though.
Roger.
I thank God every day it was just my thumb.
No doubt. So as you know, I think a day or so back, there's a couple, 30, 31 years old in Florida, you know where I'm going with this. They were hiking, and I guess they came up on a river. They said, hey, let's go swimming down in Florida. I guess I don't know, they must have been ignorant of Florida. And you know what happened, of course, with the alligators? The poor girl, both her arms got bitten off by a damn alligator.
Yeah, 10-4. Yep, that's messed up. I couldn't imagine being eaten like that.
Roger. And yeah, it's hard to imagine the terror she experienced. Of course, she bled to death.
Yep. Well, my thumb, it's a blessing on one hand because I only lost my thumb in that accident. But it's also a curse because every time I notice I ain't got a thumb, I remember what I lost.
No doubt. Well, I've been lucky, although I've been in accidents. I have not really suffered any physical injuries. Although one of the accidents I was in was, I hate to say it was a fatal accident on my way to work back about 1997. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, yes, I worked second shift on the west side of OKC, and this lady turned out to be, she started, first I knew about her, she was skidding out of control across the median. I was in the inside fast lane, she crossed in front of me, 50 feet in front of me, something like that. Collided with a big truck in the middle lane. She punctured his fuel tank, bounced back in my direction. I left the highway to miss her. I still hit debris, that is, parts of her car. Anyway, I stopped down there on the median to run back and try to help her. I couldn't do anything for her. Other people were trying to help her. She was about halfway out of her car. One of her knees looked like it had been run through a meat grinder, you know, and so I guess she was in shock or something and died. They couldn't help her.
Yeah, 10-4.
She was, according to the newspaper, 30 years old.
You know that girl that got eaten by that alligator, man, what's the rest of her life going to be like, man? She's going to have to keep reliving that over and over now.
Roger. Yeah, except she bled to death.
Oh, she did pass. It's probably better. I hate to say it, but it's probably better.
Roger. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to imagine the kind of terror she experienced.
Right. And the terror that she would experience if she had lived with no arms and legs and shit.
Roger, no doubt. But anyway, I mean, it's just pretty gnarly or whatever to think about what she went through just, you know, in the course of 30 seconds or a minute, whatever, while that damn thing was chewing on her. And her boyfriend, I guess he was brave. He jumped in there trying to help her, trying to save her. And I think that fucking thing almost killed him, but anyway.
That's a damn shame, man. Yeah, he's going to have to live with that, too. I feel bad for him, too.
Roger that. But like maybe you said and other people said, why did they not know down in Florida, you don't go near any water, whether it's a river or lake or something. All this safe water, I guess, would be a swimming pool where you can see. Yeah, it's clear water. I don't see anything in there, but people, it's safe, you know.
Yeah, but there's actually signs along in Florida that tells you about that. And they also have warning signs not to walk your dogs too close to the bank either.
Exactly. Yeah, I've got relatives who used to visit Florida, and they used to tell me that thing, you know, you don't go close to the water with your pets for obvious reason in Florida.
People got to learn common sense. I mean, that goes a long way.
Right, yeah, that's it. There's a lot of people who just no damn sense at all out there, and I hate it that some of them pay the ultimate price.
Yeah, I think they took that out of school when they took the Bible out too, by the way.
No doubt. At least she's not suffering now. She's in a better place.
Yep.
I mean, I hate how that must have been. I mean, I can't even imagine what she went through, knowing, you know, she's probably dead, you know, with that damn thing biting her arms off and everything.
Yeah, I can't imagine what she must have been going through her mind at that time, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, she must have been experiencing some kind of hell.
You're eventually going to start hearing stories like that down around the wildlife refuge in Tishomingo.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I think, well, we got alligators reported to be up in the Red River, even in some ponds in this state.
Yeah, they've had alligators down around that area now for over 10 years. One of my buddies just retired from Tinker. He says they're not going to do anything about it unless they're 6 foot or more and a nuisance.
Roger. As you know, they will grow to be a lot bigger if they keep on fucking around. I'm happy for the heads up. Thank you for the heads up. I'm not going to do any damn swimming down there.
I heard that. The alligator gar won't bother you, though.
Yeah, they'll keep on getting hooked up to my trot lines if I'm stupid enough to keep on running trot lines down the Red River or something like that. But back in the day, back in the 60s, yeah, we used to get a lot of damn alligator gar on our trot lines down in the Red River. Not just alligator gar, but damn snapping turtles and all that bullshit.
Yeah, they've got record-sized gar and alligator snapping turtles down there in the Washita River and the Wildlife Refuge.
Roger, I just wish all we had to worry about was the damn alligator gar and the snapping turtles, Roger.
Yeah. There's an abundance of alligator snappers. They're supposed to be rare, but I guess I'm lucky because I've seen more than my fair share all over the place.
No doubt about it. And some would say that's just evolution.
Yeah, and you don't want to mess with those snapping turtles, especially when they get big.
I know you're absolutely right. I learned the hard way as a child. Do not try to pick up a snapping turtle by his fucking tail.
I won't pick them up in any way.
No doubt about it. Because I'm convinced that they are badass. They don't have to prove a damn thing to me.
Well, they haven't even caught the larger snapping turtles from down there yet, although they've got some big, what they want to call record breakers, but they haven't got the real record breakers.
No doubt about it. There's a whole lot of gnarly bullshit out there for anybody curious.
Yeah, I've been out at the Wildlife Refuge and watched baby ducks and birds swimming around and just all of a sudden disappeared right off the top of the water.
Roger, Dodger. That's, yeah, the law of the jungle. Nature is cruel.
I heard that. Well, usually when those birds disappear, it's a big catfish, and let me tell you something. I've caught some big catfish down there, and there's catfish down there that are record size still waiting to be caught.
Roger. I've heard stories about catfish that are, I don't know, I mean, upwards of 100 pounds caught out of Eufaula in places.
Yeah, and that's not even the big one.
Roger. And I guess I should feel lucky. I learned how to ski once upon a time down in Louisiana in the Intercoastal Canal and lived to tell the tale.
I heard that. Well, when I was younger, I liked to swim in some of these places, but after I got older and found out what's really lurking in the water, I don't take my chances anymore.
Roger, about the same here. It's not too hard to get a refresher course on the law of the jungle.
Yeah, Mother Nature's a bitch.
Absolutely. So is the law of gravity.
There used to be some record-breaking gar down there in the gar hole at Lake Overholser, but they've ruined that over the years.
Roger. I used to live over here close to Lake Overholser in, I guess, the 80s, and I used to run around the lake every day. I mean, in case you don't know, it's 6.5 miles from one end of the dam to the other around the lake.
Yeah, that dam, the last time I was out there, it was so dangerous that the handrails were subject to break off, leaning against them. The catwalks were all rattling, and the decking and the concrete was peeling away. The rebar in the decking was rusted out. It's been pretty bad for a long time.
Roger. One time I was doing my run around Overholser, I guess back in the early 80s, late 80s or early 90s. And this plane had crashed out there. I don't think there were any fatalities, but I could see the plane over there in the channel part of the lake there as I crossed the 66 bridge.
Yeah, people don't realize that lake silted in so bad. The deepest part's 12 foot, and that's at the dam itself, and that's when the water's full. Otherwise, just about anywhere on the lake you could walk across unless you got buried in the silt and the mud.
Roger.
Evening to you, Dr. AK.
Wave the hand back at you, 102. I can just barely hear you.
Well, we're going to change that pretty soon. Yeah, I think it's time I changed that.
I'm 70 years old. I used to go down and fish below the dam, the spillway at Lake Overholser. They'd have big old water moccasins laid out that they killed that looked damn near like anacondas. They were so big.
Well, I'm happy that they probably saved some lives doing that, Roger.
Yeah. Hell, when we were kids and teenagers, we'd fish down there below the spillway, and them big old flathead would come up from underneath the dam out of those washouts. We'd knock them in the head with the baseball bat, throw them on the stringer, and then go home in the morning.
No doubt about it. The law of the jungle will live forever.
Hey, Scorpio.
Oh, yeah.
When I put that beam up, I'm going to point it right at him. Right?
I'm going to have you in my driveway. It's all good. We're using the entire fucking world in our driveway.
No doubt, right? I'm not going to run any power with it, at least not all the time. Once in a while I will.
Roger. Well, I know you're right. As close as you are, you don't need power to nail me down in the driveway.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, just the antenna should be enough for local, but talk and skip, that might be a different story once in a while. You know, I got to blow off a little steam from time to time.
Roger. Well, sometimes, of course, I make contact with DX, operators hours out there just barefoot.
Got 10-4.
I don't do it regularly, but I can do it. It just depends, you know.
I do have a question about a beam antenna. I'm kind of worried about one aspect of it.
What's that?
I don't know where my position is compared to Moondog, Rattlesnake, Snowman. I'm not familiar with this area at all. So I'm not so sure, man. If I run a 667B with that beam antenna and I'm accidentally pointed right at Moondog's house, would that or would that not mess something up in his house, especially if we key up at the same time?
Well, you'd definitely be putting a whale of a signal on it. Let's just say I'm pathologically optimistic you wouldn't damage any of his equipment.
Well, what I mean is, I know if you're in a vehicle and you're sitting too close to somebody else that's running power too, and you key up at the same time, there's a big chance you're going to pop one of those radios. And I'm just kind of curious with the beam antenna, would it act the same way?
Roger. Oh, okay, yeah. Once in a while, people have actually had the front end of the receiver destroyed by somebody close by with a strong radio. I'm thinking you're probably not going to do that unless you deliberately get up there real close to an operator and key up on them, and then you might, knock out the receive, at least the front end of it.
That's the part I'm worried about, accidentally keying up on somebody and fucking up their radio. Then, it's not right for that to happen. But that's the only thing holding me back from a beam antenna right now, and I do have one.
Roger, but since you're not going to be right there that close to somebody, probably it's not going to happen, but at the same time, they're going to have a pretty full meter of you when you key up.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably you're not going to damage anything, but there are the overload transistors in the Galaxy and other radios that you could possibly theoretically take out.
See, that's the part I'm not sure about, because I've never had a beam like this before. So I'm not really sure exactly how they operate exactly, so I just want to be safe,
Roger. But as you know, they've been prepped. They know something about, the randomness of CB, every day another dice roll on CB. So if it happens, they'll probably just go with the flow.
I was told they're about anywhere from 2 to 3 miles away from me, and I'm not exactly sure, with the beam if it would be close enough or not. I'm hoping not.
Roger. Well, I've got my beam pointed your way. I never have felt like you're strong enough from your base radio to hurt anything, but if you get out in the mobile, of course that might change.
How far are me and you apart?
Oh, I'm estimating maybe 6 miles.
Yeah, that's too far. It wouldn't bother you at all. It's not my equipment I'm worried about. I just don't want to mess somebody else's up accidentally.
Roger that. I've had certain neighbors accuse me, not around here, but accuse me of damaging their equipment. I'm pretty sure you're just total bullshit, so it's all good.
He blew up my TV.
It's not the TV I'm worried about, although that would suck too, but I think you'd be kind of pissed off if I blew up your radio though, huh?
Hell, I've blowed up a few TVs before.
Yeah, Channel 5 is usually the first channel to go out to, by the way, but yeah, I just don't want to hurt anybody's radio equipment.
I blew up TT's TV, pulled up in his yard and keyed up. Torched his TV. My neighbor years ago said he heard me on his TV and it never come back on again.
Yeah, 10-4.
The voice of death.
Wait till you start coming over people's toasters.
He used to come over my neighbor's answer machine. I'd turn it on and all kinds of make it wig out.
We got the Make a movie about this.
He used to come over the payphone down there around the corner.
Dirty Stick used to do that.
In the car lot. And all kinds of stuff around here.
You know, too much fun not to do it. I remember I pissed off people over in Shawnee at department store. I think they call it Cook's. He came out there and chewed my ass out good for that.
I had the cops show up one time, a long time ago, because of that car lot. They complained, and I think they was during that strikeout bullshit. They already knew where I was at.
Roger that. I hope Striker's having a fine fucking day with karma kicking his ass.
Living in paranoia.
I tell you, Scorpio, that RF power ain't something to mess with, boy.
No doubt about it, 102. Oh, you're right. RF kills.
That radiation.
No doubt. Yeah, what's his fuck down there in New Mexico, Hard Slime. Yeah, maybe you learned a few lessons about that. That's one operator I do not miss.
Hey, Scorpio.
Hey, 102.
The damnedest thing I ever saw, man, was in Norman over there at the flying field where the old people go to fly their airplanes. I'm sitting there on a Galaxy 88 and that 667. With the Wilson antenna, right, in a white car right in the middle of everybody, and they're around flying airplanes, and I'm keying up my radio, and these airplanes are going nuts, dude. These people lose control of their airplanes, and not a damn one of them, and these are smart guys, too. Not a damn one of them figured it out.
Roger. Well, I'm talking in modern day, RC planes operate on different frequencies and RC channels on 11 meters.
Gigahertz.
Yeah, they're up there now. Yeah, I don't think a radio of any kind of power is going to mess with them now. I might be wrong there, but it would take a lot. Back in the day, though, man, I learned that on Christmas morning. My kid got a tank, a remote-controlled Army tank, and I was keying up my Galaxy Saturn, and the damn tank was going nuts, and my kid's freaking out. And I finally figured out what was going on. Oh, from that day forward, I've been having fun with it.
No doubt.
I used to drive by and make people's garage doors go up and down.
Yeah, exactly. It caused my garage door to open with my CB. So since then, I've keep it powered down, and yes, I was smart enough to go inside and disconnect the backup battery too.
but they can be bad too. I had an Antron strapped to the ceiling of one of my houses, and every time I keyed the damn radio, the hair on my arm stood up.
No doubt.
I got rid of it. I got it outside that day when I noticed.
Well, I ran an Antron or Solartron 89 or 99 for years down in Norman on top of a 15-foot pole, which might have been a foot or two above the peak of my roof. I was happy with it. Most times the tech on radios then, I guess still am.
Yeah, 10-4.
For so long, I mean, I viewed beam antennas as just an impossible project, to undertake. Finally changed my view on that, but for a long time I did not.
Yeah, Roger. At that point, the landlord wouldn't let me put an antenna outside, so I put it inside. Yeah, no. Roger. Not a good idea.
I feel like I know a number of people around the country here lately have not made contact with them as often as I'm used to, but I guess they're still out there.
Yeah, 10-4. For some reason, the United States Army has a problem with CB antennas.
Roger. I think back in World War II, the tanks used to operate on 11 meters, for their communication.
Yep.
And I wouldn't mind having one of those units. I guess it had to be tube type, but oh well.
Yeah, when you're living on an Army base, man, you can't even put up a satellite dish without permission from God.
Roger that. And of course, I used to do my running down on South Base, which is south side of Norman, the old Navy, whatever base. But anyway, nowadays I think they've improved it, if you will. And the swimming pool's not there anymore, which dates back decades, but the National Weather Service is there.
Right.
But I lived in Norman for years, and I grew up east of Norman, so anyway.
Nowadays, the military's worse on antennas like that, man. You don't need a note or permission from God. You need permission from God and a note from your mama, too.
No doubt.
Yeah, they don't screw around with stuff like that. I think it's got something to do with terrorism, probably.
Roger.
Who knows?
Do you remember when they used to have that old shooting range off the side of I-35 down there by Norman?
Roger, you mean Tri-City?
I don't remember the name of it, but I sure remember those big old tall hills being blasted out.
Roger. Well, I think I remember what you're talking about. Yeah, just south of the river down in there. It's Tri-City Range. I used to be like a metallic silhouette competitor, like handgun competitor back in the 80s.
Yeah, it used it. I think the National Guard used it as a shooting range.
Roger that, I wouldn't doubt it a bit. But yeah, he was also for competition anyway back in those days.
Yeah, now you can't even shoot a BB gun around that area.
Roger. Well, I'm pathologically optimistic that quite a few lives were saved by that. But do they care? Probably not.
You're probably right. I just wonder how many metal detectors they went out there to take care of unexploded ordnance.
Roger. Well, that's a question that I cannot answer. Maybe somebody else got the answer out there.
Yeah, I was on the Army base when 9/11 happened.
Roger that. Well, I still lived in Norman. I was on the CB, and I think a Blue Knight got on there telling about how the 9/11 started happening.
Yep. Yeah, I was actually listening to two guys talk about it. They were downtown New York City talking on their ham radios. I was on the Galaxy Saturn on the other channels, and I heard these two guys talking and saying airplanes, yada, yada. I thought they were just kidding around at first, and I called my wife. I said, man, what's up with this? And it wasn't 10 minutes later, it was on TV. I actually thought those two guys were just, bullshitting, but yeah, that was kind of something you don't want to mess with, but that's what threw me off. Tell you what, on the Army base when that happened, man, they don't only shut the gates, they shut the whole damn thing down. I mean, where you stand is where you're going to stand till they tell you to move. If you don't, you're in trouble. If not shot. Yeah, that was messed up, but yeah. I was on a Galaxy Saturn that morning. Wasn't on the base though. I lived outside the base at that point. Right across the street.
There was a lot of stink that went on with the murder bombing. None of the prosecutors wanted to prosecute anything, so they brought in a nobody by the name of Wes Lane to do the job.
Yeah. Damn, it got quiet out here now.
It ain't quiet. He's still talking.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I feel better, thank you.
10-4.
It never gets too quiet for me. I just talk to those voices in my head.
All right. think that's probably why I like Galaxy Saturn so much, because of 9/11 that morning. You fall asleep? Yes, so.
Wake him up. Shake his antenna a little bit and he'll come back.
That's right. Sure, I'm glad I turned up the receive on this radio, Dr. AK. I hear you a lot better now.
Yeah, I hear you a little bit better now, too, for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not going to hook anything up to this one, not this radio. But anyway, yeah, it'll get better in a week or two.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's got to do with the weird solar activity.
That might be.
So what kind of beam did you get?
It's just what the hell, Comanche? I think it's pronounced. It's a 3-element, but I've got the 4th one too.
Yeah, I heard those are supposed to be pretty good. It radiates vertical, don't it?
Yeah, it's vertical and horizontal.
Yeah, I got enough aluminum over here. I'm thinking about building me a generic Mako Comet.
Well, I'm not familiar with beam antennas, brother. I don't know that much about them other than the one I got now.
Yeah, that Gizmochi talks vertical and horizontal off one coax, right?
I imagine it ain't even out of the box yet, but this is all still brand new to me, dude.
Well, you need to get it up and start using it.
I'm working on the rotor right now. I want to get a good rotor for it first.
I heard that. Well, I think I got a good rotor, but I just haven't put an antenna together yet. I bought a Yaesu G350 ADC. It's supposed to be rated for like, I think, a 10 square foot antenna.
Dr. Bob told me to check into it's called a ham too. So I think that's what I want to do. Whichever one it is, it's got to come with the brake though. I don't want it if it don't have a brake.
I couldn't understand what you said, but yeah, I got my rotor on sale and they've gone up in the past couple of months since.
Yeah, 10-4. Is that a little bit better right there or no?
Oh yeah, that's much better. You're crystal clear now.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was saying I want to get a rotor, man, that's got a brake in it. If it ain't got a brake, I don't want nothing to do with it.
I heard that. Yeah, this Yazoo I bought, it's got a brake, and hell, everything about it seems to be heavy duty. Hell, the rotor itself weighs about 8 or 12 pounds, plus the control box weighs another 3 or 4.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, when I put this up, I'm going to put it up in a way where I ain't going to have to worry about it every few months, you know?
I heard that. Yeah, that's why I bought as heavy duty a rotor as I did, because I'm getting too old to mess with that shit.
10-4. That's what's good about the Antron. I just throw it up there and I don't ever have to worry about it again for the big part.
I heard that. Well, I've had really good luck with my old penetrator, so I just leave it alone.
You can hear me okay right now?
Some static come in with you that time. Can you repeat?
You just answered my question. I was wondering if you could hear me okay or not.
Yeah, you dropped back down.
Yeah, 10-4. Dr. AK, I'll be on the side here for a bit, 10-4.
Alright, well, I'm going to do the same thing. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I'm going to get back on the side, mind my own business.
Alright, brother, you have a good night. Check.
Checking good.
found the house empty, my heart feeling torn. A ring on the counter and a note by the bed. It read, I'm leaving you. I've been fucking your friend. She's stolen my weekends, my laughter, my cheer. And I'm stuck with my heartache and one lonely beer. I couldn't care less that she fucking left. I just wish she hadn't fucked off with my BFF. My wife ran away with my best friend. I'm sure gonna miss him right till the end. She took my pal away from me. I'm sure gonna miss that motherfucker's company. I can piss with the door open, throw trash on the floor. Thank God that bitch won't be nagging me no more. But I'd trade her right back just to have one more beer and laugh with my buddy who used to be here. That bitch ran away with my best friend. I'm sure gonna miss him right till the end. She took my pal away from me. I'm sure gonna miss that motherfucker's company. I hope they wrap that old truck right around a tree, and she flies through the windshield so he can get free. I hope he survives and she fucking dies so we can drink beer together and move on with our lives. took a trip down to Mexico. Got there quite late and the sun was low. I was there at night in an unknown town, but I could tell that something was going down. There was music playing in the village square. Pretty senoritas were everywhere. I asked the man, what's everybody waiting for? He said, son, you ain't seen nothing like this before. He said the ladies gather from miles around for the biggest day in this little town, where they line up proud there beneath the sun. It's the magic bean flicking contest. It's a great day when we all have fun. They were flicking those beans, putting on a show. They were flicking them high, they were flicking them low. One lady named Bella, she was mighty fine. She was flicking her bean, I wish she was mine. Now Bella walked in with a swing and a smile. She had long dark hair and legs for miles, dark eyes shining beneath the sun. She said, watch this, boy, it's time to have some fun. Well, she took her stance and the crowd went wild. I was weak at the knees like a lovesick child. She winked at me, then she flicked her bean, the most amazing sight that I'd ever seen. She was flicking that bean, putting on a show. She was flicking it high, she was flicking it low, the most beautiful sight that I'd ever seen. Bella said I never lose with my magic bean. Well, I moved in closer as the cheering died. Bella laughed and then she stood by my side. She said, Senor, tell me, do you like what you've seen? I said, come and have a drink, and can I touch your magic bean? She was flicking that bean, putting on a show. She was flicking it high, she was flicking it low. My heart was shaking like a tambourine when Bella let me touch her magic bean. Now I think about Bella every now and then, and I swear someday I'll go back again. 'Cause I left Mexico, but sometimes I still dream of beautiful Bella and her lovely magic bean.
Hell yeah.
mama out of this. Too late. Here we go. Your mama so fat, she stepped on a scale and it said to be continued. Your mama worked at the sperm bank, got fired for drinking on the job. That ain't right. That ain't right. Your mama so ugly, she make onions cry. Your mama so old, she owed Jesus 20 dimes. Somebody stop her. Hold up, that's light work. You ain't even started getting disrespectful yet. You sure you want to keep playing? Your mama. Whose mama? Your mama. What she do? Everybody got jokes about your mama too. Your mama. Whose mama? Your mama. Damn, what she do? Woo! Oh! Oh! Damn, what she do? Oh! Woo! Hey! Oh! Come on! Your mama so fat, when she wear high heels, she strike oil. Your mama so fat, she got baptized at SeaWorld. That's somebody, mama. Your mama so dumb, she studied for a COVID test. Your mama so skinny, she can hula hoop a Cheerio. Oh no. That's all you got? Man, I was just warming up. I ain't even got disrespectful yet. You sure you wanna keep playing? Your mama, whose mama? Your mama. What she do? Everybody got jokes about your mama too. Your mama, whose mama? Your mama. Damn, what she do? Woo! Damn, what she do? That's his mama. That's his mama. You gonna let him say that? Oh no, he didn't. Oh yes, he did. You sure you want another one? Get him. I did. Your mama so fat, she fell down, broke her leg, and gravy poured out. Damn. Your mama so ugly, when she walked into the haunted house, they offered her a job. That's cold. That's cold. Your mama so old, her social security number is 3. Your mama so fat, she play hopscotch like this. New York, LA, Chicago,